Hello everybody! We are today back with some Limbus company because today we have another update coming up in here, and this update is, let's take a look here, MNESTIC experience. So this will be very likely already the NCOP scenario. And yeah, we have some characters in here that are from Lineage, and with this we already included her. She belongs to the Blade Lineage team, so that's already really good for us. Interestingly enough, she has Limbus company tag and LCD. Like, this is... This is with Limbus company tag is really interesting. Wait, let me check something. I feel this is really insane. Wait. So this means all the LCB characters here are as well Limbus? Yes, the LCCB belongs to this. So this means, if I go to the mirror dungeon and look at the ego gift. By the way, this could be so much easier. Yeah, now to find these. They should have like folders here. If they have folders about like different types, it would be so much easier to get through here and find the ego gifts that you want. Like, you know, the compendium you get for collecting egos at the start. If they would have this as an ego compendium, this would be so much easier. But there should be, like, the cards. Yeah, but getting this card right now. Tier, so confirm. It's a Tier 3 ego. Where is it? There. Limbus company identities. This means as well as CCB now. Okay. It's actually really nice, and then you can have this. Another ally retreats, you have this. And then there should be the fusion. Unacquired. There's still so many unacquired. Okay, I have to do a high show thing. Unlock a choice, still warm coffee. Alright. I never made this one? Am I freaking stupid? But okay, the most ego gifts I have. Alright, right. Well, now. My team right now is this. So I will go more into the poise play. That's why I have like these characters in there. But I could use this one instead, like the Blade Lineage also. But then then I should upgrade her. Seikon, how are you doing? Yeah, Jesus first. You're Jesus now, yeah, 100%. Welcome. How are you doing? Nice having you here. Yeah, I'm still thinking about how I want to build my team. There is not a Blade Lineage, right? Yeah, there's not one. But Mistery as well. Hello. How are you doing? I'm glad having you all here. We are going into the newest DLC of, or not DLC, but update of Limbus company. And there is again already some characters in here that I can get. So what is this? Blade Lineage? Yeah, I can just take the whole Blade Lineage team. There, another one. I was about to press on first. Oh no! Oh no! Seikon Misty. I, by the way, upgraded the jump scare thing. Oh my god, you're using now everything. Why? Completely abused. I miss cat. Man, you didn't do this for ages. You didn't turn me into a cat for a long time, man. I hope you feel watched. Oh, cat. Yeah. Yeah, man, I should actually get more troll things like that in here. I did cat and I didn't work for... Nah. No. I fixed it like long time ago. I fixed it. As you see, it works. It works. I'm a good cat. A good cat. For a full cat stream? Oh yeah. And what do I have then to play? Like a cat game? A cat game? Wait, do I have this ego already? Oh, here. By the way, second, look at this. This is just an upgrade for this. Like, you can turn into a special character of the Blade Lineage team here. Always active Blade Lineage Mentor Merced exclusive effect. So, exclusive effect when you play this character. So, this will be really nice. I'm so freaking hyped. But yeah, the jump scare is now as well updated. I worked a little bit on it. And now we go here. So we will have a lot of reading today. And a lot of content. I hope you guys are ready. And Seikon, you should get as well at back to your Limbus grind at some point. The Limbus climb. And wait, let me get this. So we have like a little bit more break time in between. I hope sound is, by the way, as well right. Huh. No, wait. For this one, we should go about like... No, Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when trying to support battle happening into complete different places at once. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter's starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of the distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread. Nothing convenient like that. And I had no choice but to split the spinners into several groups and send them out. Aldous, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Mersault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. By the way, Matrix. Doobie doobie dabba dabba bachi bachi booty doody doom doom boom boom. Hello, Nessie and Seikon, what's going on? I missed 6-9 day. What? Ginger! Ginger's as well here, oh my god! Thank you! And yeah, of course, here. The Manly chest, the Pride Day chest. Oh, look! Magical German moves. They are magical, very magical. Very, very manly. How are you doing, Ginger? Nice having you here again. And welcome to the Project Mune universe. I'm looking so forward, man, to this. Like every time a new chapter happens, I'm so happy. Wait, since when did you become a Megan character? What do you mean Megan a character? Skippity wrist, Dubai chocolate looks maxing sewing what? That's just brain rot. Mechanic glass. Ah, the glasses. I actually like them because overall I have like glasses in real life as well, and there's more to use with. Like, I feel the glasses just makes it like better. Like it's enhancing the face kinda. Yes. Megane. Ja. Joe keeps increasing in risk point. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm still thinking about if I want to update my model, what I want to do. Yesterday I was watching a little bit Squizzy's Squidgy, man, this word. Wait, I will show her for a moment. Maybe some people know it. Just for another VTuber that is quite funny to watch. So wait, let me change browser. So you guys see. Like I watched yesterday a little bit here. Bro, why is Boba such a fat little chud? He's not fat, he's fluffy. Like I was yesterday watching her a little bit. And she's giving some points of what she likes or not and gives critique about character designs. And with this I was already like thinking about... Don't call your dog fat! No! The poor dog. That's nearly as similar as with my little chubby little animal. My cute little floof. My cute little here, Lumi. But yeah, she's giving critique to different characters, and I was thinking about what to improve if I want to improve at some point. So that's like Squidgy. So that was there something that I want. Also, my Instagram for your model is I have a sheer undershirt toggle. Yeah, that would be as well something. Yeah, like this. Like overall, if you look at this model, if you look at the full model, I feel the color palette is really one-dimensional, and it uses like for the jacket and the trousers somewhat the same colors, right? I think that'd be a nice visual thing under the white shirt. Okay, what exactly is the sheer undershirt, if I can ask? Okay, Synchronize, I saw the thing. Perfect. Sorry of I think that sorry of like a turtleneck under the white shirt. What? I think I'm not sure what exactly you mean. Can you send me like on Discord or something an example for it so I can take a look at it? I would be really curious about that one. The other thing is that I wanted to cover up the glass and turtleneck. Damn, he's got a full what? What is the turtleneck? What? What? Turtleneck? What do you mean? I freaking don't know. And wait. I wanted to show something. Turtleneck is a shirt that covers your neck. Alright. Let's Google for it. Wait, give me a moment. There. Then turtleneck. Oh, you mean something like this? Products. Pictures. Something like this. Not sure if turtleneck would be my my style. I like my bear skin neck. A sleeveless one. Sleeveless one. Why do I just get here a woman as picture? What? Yeah, something like this then, I guess. Something like this. Amazon. Imagine! We have one guy and everyone else is freaking female. What the hell? Here, male. Let's just go with the Dean Winchester style then. Have an anime brain rot. Ah! What do you mean with anime brain rot? What type of brain rot do you have there? Wait, let me check something. Okay, I have here something that I want to show you guys. Guys, here. The little floof. You get a little bit floof video as well at the start here. You could probably make a toggle to add to your model. Yeah, like when I will usually get Reina to work on it, but I'm not sure. Like for me, there I think it's not really much that is not put together. There's floof, yeah, floof. That's the little floof. That's my little hamster. That's Lumi. That's like like I often let her out and let her run outside, so that's why the ground is a little bit full of stuff. But yeah, she loves to run around and have a lot of place, and if I don't let her out, she will let me know the whole evening. Like when I want to sleep, she's like on the cage at the edge and is like trying to get out. And it's just like, are you freaking serious? Yeah. She's a cutie patootie. And then there is this. If you put a little bit food in there and she's trying to get it. The Lumi Floof. Yeah. Just a little adorable little creature. Alright. I want to hold her in my palms. Yeah, she's really, like, hand tame. She, like, never bit me. Like, yesterday she was a lot of buddling in my hand and licking one of my fingers. And then she was, like, gnawing a little bit on it, but not hard. She was, like, checking, can I eat this? I was like, no. Don't bite me in the finger. And she was, like, still really gentle, but... She was like testing out if she could. I was like, no. No. But yeah, really calm. Such a cute little ham. Yes! Completely adorable. And if she eats like some of the worms, she's literally in another universe. You know, she doesn't think about a thing in life. She's just like staring into the void. But I'm looking so forward when I have later in my life a dog. Then I get my Samoyed and then I have my cuddly floofy dog. Because dogs love to be petted. And I want to cuddle them so much. No thoughts, all floof. Yes. 99% floof, 0% thoughts, 1% hungry. That's my hamster. Alright, I would say we are continuing here. Legit, she could eat all the time. She's like begging for food, she's running to me, like if I'm laying on the bed and she's running around. She's coming to the bed, looking up and wants to be put up, and then she's begging for food. And she is looking to the night table. Because there's the food on it, and she's trying to find a way over it, but there's no way. And then I sometimes get on the food and give her like some seeds there, and she's like eating them, and then she's like really happy, and then she's begging for more, and then she doesn't get anything anymore. Then she tries to go to the edge of the bed again, and then I'm just like dropping her, not dropping, but putting her on my hand and put her on the ground, and then she's running again around till she's going into her cage, like on her own. Heathcliff, Gregor and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from the other directions. And with our onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice defending the new Gonboth powers I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concerns regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be? You can't access the Gesellschaft? Yeah, that you guys remember what happened. Faust is like the one that can talk with Fausts of different universes, and the other Fausts from the other universes just think she's like stupid, and she's now like the dumb Faust, and so she cannot access the Gesellschaft anymore. And with this, she's like a little bit stuck alone there. And yeah, this is for her, I think, very, very problematic. May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there are remaining occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So, I was right. You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's just saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish... Wait, why is my model that much to the right? I have to put it more here. But the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insights. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that the memories concerning the individuals assigned as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of your Shu and your sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was only one left with the intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memories wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping the head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back? Though, it's because of the clock head? Speculation based on experience with the boss team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone, but provided with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its wearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure waits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road you will be able to engrave your aspect. Limbo stream, limbo stream, limbo stream. Yes, 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 it's Limbus time! Matt, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Nice having you here. We had already a lot of surprise visitors here. We started with Seikon and Misty, the Nessie joined, and Ginger was then as well in here. So we had like a whole big group in here. The last one was Limbus, not Limbus. No, it's Limbus. It's always Limbus. Miswritten Limbus is as well Limbus. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whatever it's an object, but if I know one thing, well, the meaning is what counts, and this Limbus and Lumbus is still easily here. I'm okay, just got home. I go garden work in a good minute. How are you? Yeah, well, work things were again a little bit annoying. I got like some messages about an update about another game where people were not that happy about. And I'm not happy about it either. And now I'm actually really excited for the new Limbus chapter and trying around with the new characters. But yeah, I hate if there's like an online game competitive and they have like important unlocks under like a level system. So if you play against higher people, then you cannot access the same tools. I think that's just like an unfair advantage. So that's like a thing I'm not happy about, and where others are as well not happy about. It's just plain awful. And yeah, I hope the company that did this... Oh, by the way, Matrix. Yeah. The company that did this, they did it before and people weren't happy about it before, and now they repeated it. Can I interest you in a collab? What type of collab? And with who is the collab? I need more informations. It's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively desperate. The new Deep Rock Galactic, the roguelike one. Wait, the roguelike one? Like, I have the old one, but I wasn't completely like into that. But like you say there's a new one. How is the gameplay of it? And it has as well then multiplayer, otherwise you wouldn't success. Didn't try it yet. Wait, let me check on Steam. Deep Rock. You mean Deep Rock Galactic Survivor? Oh no, here, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core is a FPS action. Oh no, it's shooting. Like, for me, the most time, like, I can give it a try. But I have a feeling, because it's more with shooting, I'm usually not that happy with shooting games. Because I'm just terrible. I can give it a try, but I have a feeling that the shooting aspect is the thing that is not that happy for me. That's why I didn't play Deep Rock the Galactic overall, because I didn't like the shooting aspect. Ah, yeah. Like, you mean... Wait. By the way, Space is unknown, we should do it again. Yeah, I played this, right? But it's only one enemy, usually. But I can try it out. By the way, they... Oh, you don't freaking see my screen here. Look, they have here, a new specimen arrives. It has a new one now. You have now a new map and a new species, so this is again really nice. Like, wait, let me show. Yeah, Z4 is asked as well ready for it, and we can as well ask Fab for it again. Then we are again 4 players. But you see, they updated a lot. Here, new quarter was unlocked, so a new map part with a new mission. And they added a new thing. And they have proximity chat now. That Fab. The fabulous Fab. The blurper. Flabby. Alright! Yeah. So this has now a lot of convenient updates. Let's go. Yeah, I can give it a try, like with the Deep Rock Galactic, but we have to figure out when, because soon there will be a weekend where I'm like going to my my sister's place, because she has now a little child. I'm now an uncle, so we are visiting there, and that will be a whole weekend. And this weekend I will help a friend of mine to move. Nah, let's do the species thing first. I'm gonna playtest the Deep Rock one and let you know. Okay, perfect. Do you know as well who you want to ask for Deep Rock Galactic then? Like, who else? Because it's as well up to 4 players then. And let me continue as well, like with the reading here. I'll figure it out. Alright. It's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. But with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another world with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I want it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I'm unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Currently, observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Audi's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Sufficient familiarity should result in a substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previous unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I would also be able to tell when it's bad time to call someone in too. Even as I continue talking it fast, I make sure not to stop observing the place where each group is and what they are doing. Yup, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries, his team's still doing pretty well, and even without my directions. I'ma go to garden work. You have fun, I'll check in later. Alright, don't get your thumbs too green, otherwise you will turn into a plant. And yeah, enjoy the time outside. Till later. As for Rhodia, wait, did you just stuff all of the pastries and breads she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? And Audi's group? Let's see. Ah, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issue. LCD? Then the guy over there must be... Hang on. Paused. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though, I wouldn't say it's not serious. Alright, let me see. Rendezvous. Dum dum dum. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seemed to be tied up helping the other groups. Audi's command calls have been working out well enough, I give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we are definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all of arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scattered, damn it. So scattered. That was so close. We almost got flattered. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but most rudimentary of military training would recognize the hand sign that basic. Well, we're not a trained soldier here, are we? Rarely. The flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of chivalric elegance. Yet, when those suddenly wave his thin arms about, clenching and unclenching their hand in the mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bare of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that all of the personnel in the team, only Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, Did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? Tsk. This is unacceptable. After all the operations, all of you have been deployed under my lead. You are still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yup, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Oda's instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Hey! Pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Oh, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Huh? Oh, we need a million years ago. You guys are taking forever. So I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of the wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all of the teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check the distortion peep's face and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not pleasant sight. As for the attire. This one appeareth to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has to be in the structure of our assignment. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task of which we have committed our hands. Really, huh? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new Gil. This time, that dude, I mean Mr. Bamboo Headed Team is also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Eng dude stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's more than the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologize, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated working of such a contraption. It's accurate of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which I may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that's only work if you're savvy about the neck. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I'd not yet been afforded the proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This is here the esteemed leader of the Blade Lineage, who is all but a master under who I have been apprentice. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Ah, gotcha. Click. Who the fuck is he? Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Headed King. Oh yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you folks. Wait, what? He? Not the other. Who's the other one? Or is it just the armor? Is it just the armor? She looks so displeased. Why is she looking so freaking displeased? Okay, so, more often than not, the first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-headed Kim, I remember, was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo-Headed Kim? Yep. We double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Ah, that is fire on your head. Not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Can you... Okay, can we check again? Just in case. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the silent serious man who we thought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over his... He's checking out some kind of a mental piece of ornament. Lots of talking going on. That's supposed to be sound like them talking to you, folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant. This inverter is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Headed Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are suspicious about. Engdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They are all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. But they don't look like they hear the most flattering things about me. You're down to hear it? The faint undercut of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Engdu? Yes, mentor. That's a complete and utter lie, man of few words. It's definitely not something you can say about the guy who's talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter to even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reasons to put an airs on front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? So tell how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Barely, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spider Pyre. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she was conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis. although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about that hard, but some work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's first to do his job, with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolute no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Angu apparently being promoting me as folks. And I would very much likely to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You'll catch on quickly. First this spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then forced hired me calling me the company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about it. Oh, what's the name, Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. And dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from utter brilliance. You mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ersa, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses from a mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you end up broke. Look at his face, man. He is such a silly dude. Is there truly no room for reconsiderations? Oh my god! What is going on with his face? He's like, oh, no, ooh, like, no means no. Then pray makes the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. He's shocked again. No, can't. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of the merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There's no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. She's so pissed. Oh man. You hear the gentle lady, mentor? Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. I apologize for interrupting you amid the conversation. Pray continue. You had researched a part where they invited you to another department. No sooner Engdu's words left her lips than her eye glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day, I just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed in debt to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arms, as he has answered. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice her brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wants. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. This gracious host in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metal wrist as it showcased them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Such a graceful smoothness, wet to the machinal articulation. This as though I'm beholding the marvelous prosthetic of the illustrator Siegfried himself. Yup, the showcase would grown lackluster without the trademark reaction. Those are striking similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD Phenomenal Deciphering team, and they put them on here for trial. Doubt you find another like them. They're based on technology spawned from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as he glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he wanted to say next, catching in his chest. Has something troubled you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory of poor Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face, but... Sorry, just remind me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked the tact. These arms are stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. Haha, it's alright. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown in a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could sever as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop streets that day. Oh please girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. What is he doing? While everyone was distracted taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through his things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what's this place supposed to be? What are all these things? Man, just Kim, he just goes there and just pickpocket them. He's just like so laid back. He's like, oh, nobody cares if I take this. This is for me. This is for me. It's basically a wreck now. But there's just drops and pillows backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Oh? Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair's as if she had realized something. But Mercer's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damaged these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotated the ridges section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part of the rotates? Yup, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mercer took an object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. He seemed to have a handle on one before. Yes? Mercer's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table suddenly didn't look like that of the first timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by NCORP are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light direction on the medium, from what I've heard. A particular expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of the war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion guys, Where should we begin? Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For her unfailing praxi disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit of the devastating egregores. Does there yet remain odd deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortions already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby. And it didn't seem like any of the other Sinners teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. No, not yet. Not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? According to the mind of the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more specialized polyseme, referring to the point at which distortions occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use the term to mean the source of the distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens door into the fathoms of whatever, right? You mean Dungeons of Fathoms? Yup, that's the one. From where the standing distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can't just march straight into someone's heart. Knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must be... Bingo! Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped into the commissions all kinds of agencies like Zwei and the combat specialized fixer officers, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning that distortions phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat as she gray suits and the logo on the collar on their uniform briefcases. Hey, isn't that NCOP's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Mersault? I was once an employed by NCORP. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at NCORP. Maybe he can offer some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mersault? Yes, manager. These are NCorp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera's briefcase in their possession, they are likely members of the Pinframe team of Service Desk Class. Mersault received the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, Pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of NCOM's many field departments related to the information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of NCORP's internal information, analysis of NCORP's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of NCORP's internal information and internal sector. That be enough. Oh, is he talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrow our team's encyclopedia. Looks like Aaron agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from NCORP's Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before NCORP's Nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with Nest affairs come all the way out of the shabby backstreets like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. Huh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listen, every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinate answer to that question. As a staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answer from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Mersault, maybe this be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mersault's eye widened, his gaze fixing me with such a force that I could almost feel a faint tremor in it. A laughing stare that came with. There is no such thing as an objective point of view, manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective, without expectation. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it? Then tell me 3 subjectively reasons you think are most likely for why these people had come all the way into the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I never know when I get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording of recordings in violations of NCorp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an information in the backstreets collaborating with NCorp's nests. Or identification and arrest of wanted individual or individuals designed by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I would say these guys here are NCorp staff. Miss Engdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet be hidden in the sleeves or the fold of the garments. Lady Moses have been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. As I pulled a sheet of paper out of the NCorp staff's coat and read its contents out aloud. Work details. Elimination of individual of category 3 taboo violation. Oh, it's actually... Marisol was right. Address, Butter Streets. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combining through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, have an hour arrived to my DPS detective forsooth. Don Quixote must be miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she's been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that's been given to Rodia Ryoshu and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen the day would come. Fortunately, Otis was wasted no time, putting an end to Don Quixote's bad timing shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. I'm looking right now at his arm, but I don't find anything strange. Oh, first combat! Combat time! Misconceptions. Alright, we have 7 characters. So we start with... They're all fixed, by the way, that's funny. So yeah, we are getting a lot of points with all this Blade Lineage characters. So this is the best way we can do it. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studios with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There's sure a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that count as proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty, plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a bit more before we see what's in the film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Dingu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, and you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retract its arc, Engdu. So it's with life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it's unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There's no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean that way, Engdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I'm aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own earring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. Oh, my belly. I feel stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicted me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with the scabbards, yet by some cruel turn, it was our sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed, and that I need not to concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still echoes every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Engdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so, Perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kin's eyes began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. Really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Whether all that dignity and forbearance Engdu said he had. Young Engdu? There's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be discourageous inquiry, but I, too, when speaking to the others of those who I serve, I often ornament my words with a laudation of an accepted degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blade of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teaching that my mentor has imparted onto me. Truly? Why? If fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the current of the river, to arrive at such a chance. Engdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely, as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, Daughter has to be burdened with the trials of severing your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of his particular bond of commiseration and the camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, where are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like they're too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuse we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same things happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though it had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, that was the same pop, and... my vision blinded. The only thing I could make out was a soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. Oh? What's going on here? It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Engdu? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? It was that, right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. For its general considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was not surrounding us, shattering every corner of the space where we stood. The 3 stone walls, 3 spanned and coiled grotesque forms that sheen of the light, and even the air was brief. All of the points towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There's completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago. Absolute manager, it's... This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. What the fuck? What the fuck are these? Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suit had vanished, and in the place, figures clad blood-stained dobbed robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Engdu? My blade is poised to strike Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he is already taking his leave. He said he had noted the crossblades with the chunk-ons of the escort twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Whether Kim's gone off too, this isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your order, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle! Alright. First battle of this whole chapter.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 거.
Okay, there's bind and encounter set.
너희는 어떠려나?
You make the bleed. Bleed, you have this one again and things that we don't know. On clashes, gain head splitting memory. Bind. Clash power up. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics creating using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used through the East. It's not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their head and faces with these products. The fabric serves the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augments the rear's vision, provide technical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a mean of communication with distant allies. Jumbled memories. So they get offense level but get more damage. This looks so weird. Escort Command sought two sorts of taboo hunters, the Royal Censors and the Chocolons. Agents of the Royal Court, the Royal Censor gently operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Salpipio. Much like fixer officers form bands with their own ranks. Once an order or contract to hunt down a brand that is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt of the nobly knows neither honor nor dignity. If this year inflict trust, fixes units to see what? Look how baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them to the powers that be. Basic 1. Effect, this unit inflict target expires or this unit staggered lose this effect. Okay, so you're getting slow. This is insane. If you have 5 times bind, like 5 times bind, it's 1% to make trust, and trust is way too broken. It's like a stronger paralyzes. That sounds really disgusting. Oh yeah, and we have, oh, there she is. On the outside, it looked no different from prosthetics you might find in other nests or back streets, but apparently this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus company. I wonder what it could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. Oh, that's not to say that I have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only only in charge of transporting it. You see, just simple speculation really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb. So those two are the same. Yeah. So we have Inkdu here. Alright. And we have Ezra as well with us. Holy shit. We have a stack team right now. Hurrah! So, which one? 13, 13, 45. So this guy's like that. So she should be able to fight. Yeah. Struggling. Neutral. At least she can dodge. Flashable counter. Neutral. So that's favored. This bamboo-headed Kim, that's as well neutral. Alright. We could do this. This is just neutral. What the fuck? Alright. Now everything is favored and we have here absolute resonance. In addition here we get this. Combat style play, sword play to all other blade lineage. So yeah. That was neat. Man, Ezra! Like, oh my god, I have to stop this and look at it again. That facial expression of her was like just peak. Hamura! Oh no. Oh, okay. Oh no. So let's look at her. That sounds nice.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지
Ezra is so freaking cool.
너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까?
Special handmade golden retriever exclusive X.
아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이.
What is your passive? Alright. And you have assist defense. So I can just ignore some enemies here. I could already use this, but I feel like I shouldn't. So I can go for this. Yeah, I will let this one go through, that assist defense will trigger. So that's it, I think. So this will be assist defended. I just want to look how happy she looks. Look here! She's so happy about that. Such a happy girl. Okay, she is winning, right? Yeah. And everyone of the characters should kinda win.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
And then I have to lose with bamboo-headed Kim.
저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸고.
Alright, now we have one bamboo-headed Kim attack here, but he's just dominating again. That's usually what happened when I played him. There we go. Let's break the damage a little bit and get the weaker ones away. That's fine. There are the characters that I would like to use, but I think that's like completely fine so far.
그렇지 않은가?
You don't even have the chance to use so far the new Hongdu.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길. 여전히 그 끝이
Okay,
보이지
these are the same
멀,
characters.
또 멀고.
Favorites. We are still not using strong attacks. We can actually use this one as a stronger attack, but let's keep our poise up. Nobody's okay, I know. That's fine. Yeah, the poise looks like manageable. Oh my god, I critted 2 times? That was bad. Like, 100% not wanted. They should not crit. I want to get them more poise, like over the turn of the combat. So we will have later, like at the important skills, the crits.
전수가 이어졌다며.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
He should have critted, but he did not.
자세에 틀림은 없구나.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
There's another one here.
왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑
So
말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Can I get a clash loose here?
그
That would be
외부방
really, really epic.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는
3 out of 10.
실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준
I could
혹은 더 대단한 기술을
I could use already
내가
like
엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
the strengthened version, but then I'm losing the one ability. Alright. So she's stacking a lot of poise. Come on, lose it! Oh, fuck. Of course he's not losing it.
살을 베어내고
Ezra!
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길.
Alright. Bamboo-headed King got another one, but here, let's use this one just...
또 멀고.
It just costs 3? Just costing 3 is ridiculous. How broken is that? Why is it just costing 3?
발광, 차단.
Yeah, easy.
귀와 요격. 그냥
To claim the bones! Back, garden work was tough. Welcome back! Look at this guy, by the way. First time I used it now.
망을 참아.
Actually kinda epic attack, and honestly really, really broken that it just costs like 3 resources. And now I should go in a specific state.
확실하게
But did you everything that you did? Try to plant some sunflower mix.
어릴 땐
Let's hope they
몰랐어.
grow up nice.
왜 엄마가
There he is no distorted.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
Yeah, that's epic.
너희가 보여준
Hopeless,
더
yes.
대단한 기술을
Oh my god.
매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Oh my god, it's hopeless, it's hopeless, yes!
무력을
This is what I want to see. Please don't stagger! Oh fuck, no! No!
지금처럼
No!
이곳저곳을 다니며
I wanted to see
락을
that tag.
쌓아줘.
Oh. That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Engdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before siding it back to its sheath. Huh? They are not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distortion once rewards them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let's us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Engdu. I search here. Ezra and Engdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch breath after the battle, they began searching the space.
Limbus Company!
Wait. Is this... Oh, you use this! That's usually Noah! Usually Noah does this. Purity 3. Don Quixote was the first one to voice adopt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hit her, yet never before had I beheld our surroundings change with such a sudden flash. This hurts my ears every single time. It's so freaking loud for you. I can make it quieter though, but... Oh man. Self-suffering. Apologize. It would appear I overlooked the breathing due to the urgency of the predicament. I am sorry that your eardrums are now gone. You have to find them into another life, you know. This is according to the definition presented by the Lady Moses at a location type distortion. It's basically when the whole space distorts, and since place and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like this distortion already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one's here covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get the bottom of the phenomenon that exactly gets people caught up. And what happens to them once they are in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, guess. Ezra continued with a sleepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion, even if we whoop these guys as us 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the interdiction point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyphon emblazoned upon their headband. Chew. B speaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them Chukonkons, functional, charged with scoring and taunting runaway nobles. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations in Escorp. After all, that was no idle tale. Scientists would ply their craft without flattering Escorp's coffers, as seized further with a maiden novice of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself too fortunate to have absconded with my friends, before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in the power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much of the same anatomy. Those breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the capture with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possessions of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of Nobi. Such is what Escorp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of the accursed practice. Then could this be have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yisang? Or me perhaps, or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chukans generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Altus pressed her finger against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why Escorp and its Chukans have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with the memories must fall? The presence of Chukans suggests a possible corresponds to Yisang's memory. Conservatively, however, the absence of the Teacups time collector weakens that hypothesis. Wait, I need to change this like that, okay. In which case, the most plausible theory is that the particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-headed Kim or Engdu's memories. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into the thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma have affected their surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Pop! The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ah! If our team leader was here, cracking this would be in a piece of cake. And we are back. So this is why you keep asking whether we've seen anything worse with a pop. The NCOP employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into distortions like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually let's first drag that slippery head-wearing coat back here and get him talk about the Chukans. That's probably our best bet. Ah, every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watches Astra stamp her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What, Buskluck found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-headed Kim is right now. At the other team location, okay. What the fuck did he do and how the fuck did he already leave that position that freaking fast?
돌아오고 있어요.
And
뒤틀림에서
look,
다시
first
삶의
time,
형상으로
165, that's insane.
탈수의 방식으로는
Film.
절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
Another combat location. Clear within
이젠 좀
10
알 것
turns.
같네요.
Did I, by the way?
S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장
Yeah, I
출입해서
greenly did
무엇을
this.
배워가면
Okay, nice.
좋을지.
Green is what we need. Oh, now we have all of this. Nice. So I can get rid of weaker candidates. So I will get rid of those two. And we'll add Honglu and this one.
잠시 태어나겠습니다.
부선장에 필요한
That's way better.
타산에 맞게
Because now we have more. Why did I read that as a bold lineage? The bolding regime. We have done bold matrix. No, please not. I don't want to see myself bolding. And Crook Security, welcome. How are you doing? How was your day? Did you had like a stressful day? Was your day really good? Did you had some special food? Tell me. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell! What's up with these kids? They are showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well. We could talk it out with those federal guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, just had to go barking at them first. Would save us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Ah, so it's my fault. I just woke up, feeling a bit better from being sick. Ah, okay, glad you're feeling a little bit better. But still recover a lot and drink enough. Drinking will help to recover usually. Hi Matt, hi Crooksy! Ah, see you all, Sakon, next baking stream then. Baking stream? I want some baking. I want some baking. Oh, you're right. Oh, so it's my fault? Those specials look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. I do gotta make more banana bread. Banana bread! Sakon! Nah. Sakon with double I. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me? What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether the gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Huh? Is that the end of our troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching your folks dance. Might mistake this place for the peach blossom land of the legends that heads there with a cup of fine melancholy. Oh, that's rice wine. To go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. I actually baked something, but I stopped telling Major about he always steals it all. What? Man! Nah. Zero. That's not how it goes. It's just that you don't have cookies and brownies anymore. I swiped them all. You thief! Nah. I'm the collector. I collect the different bakings. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. Oh my god! Sorry, that was me. He's already angry. You see? Zero cannot be clear about things. Like if he's angry, he's always getting so very aggressive and is hitting me with bears. He's a very physical guy, you know. Ow! Stop it! Wow! Why do I get bonked? Why did I get bonked for this? He has a name tag though. I think it says LCD. Full fiend? I am not a full fiend. Story time. Story time. Give me a moment. What time convenient for you? What do you mean time? When time convenient? It's fine. So wait, what the fuck? I'm not confused. What the fuck is... Give me a moment, I was really confused. So... There. Oh. Okay. I have a thing, but it's like not 100% like from my side. Because I was just told what I did as a kid. So this will be a kid story from me, right? So, you know, sometimes when you're a little kid, your parents bring you to different areas to do their like sports, and there are sometimes like a group of kids. And this location has things to climb. It has had like balls to kick around. There were like, I don't know, like some tunnels where you could like crouch through, stuff like this. And there was like a big trampoline, and people that wanted to jump on trampoline had to wait on the line for it. So I was very righteous at that point, like as a kid. So I was in the line and was waiting, and then a girl just wanted to go in front of me, like on it. Like I was waiting in the line, and she just wanted to go on it, and I was a little bit mad about it. I was little, so I didn't know what to do. So what did I do? I bit the girl in the arm or something. I don't know. I bit her, and the mother of that girl was then very, very mad about that, and went to my mother and was like complaining, like, "Did you see what your son did there? He bit my daughter." And my mother was like, "Yeah," and my mother told her, "Yeah, and I witnessed everything. You know, your girl just went in front of there and didn't stand in the line, and yeah, my son just defended his place." So my mother was defending me there because the girl just went ahead in the line. So yeah, that's just a small story. So I bit as a child. I didn't know. Matrix is primal. Jesus. What do you mean? I think it's funny. I was just defending my place. It was just my place. LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Softball swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. As a vampire, I am proud of you. Ah yeah, Seikon did the same thing. Seikon told me like a lot how many people he already killed with getting the blood of them. Right, Seikon? Like you have your blood bags everywhere. You slippery rat! Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's Astarion, for instance. He doesn't have my blood, lol. Not yet. Not yet. You know, Matt, like I steal the groceries and the baking to do, Seikon will just steal your blood. Wow, he took out all those dupe-wearing people with just a single strike. I would say that about covers the price of medicine for your trouble circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Burning blades in my murmuring tales never linger on the stage for long after all. Just kill me already, damn. Why do you want to die? Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it. And he went. And now we have the combat encounter. Is it again? These are the same people, right? Blind, incastable. Oh. Oh, we summoned all. How epic is that? Okay, first of all, we need to use the blue attacks. Can I already lose here, Clash? He's too good. He's too good. What the fuck? He should not win like this. Neutral, favored. Then I take this. And then I can shoot. There we go. They're actually really strong. And it's so interesting how often we use
엄마는 무기라면
this
뭐든지
to get like the whole team
그중
in that
제일
spot where we
뛰어난
need it.
검이었고.
Like Dante improved the power a lot. Okay, let's shoot him.
폭로 지원한다.
And then I can start to use this character's special. So I can let him distort already if I want to.
내가 정말 두려웠고
And you know what? Because
따라오지 않는군.
this guy won't win, right? It's dominating everything. I don't want to dominate.
무사히.
This is the only thing I don't want.
아니면 엄마처럼
Oh, that's red. Why is this freaking red? It should be blue. In any case, it should be blue. Blue is just this a prettier color. Yeah, let's do this. Why are you neutral? Okay. That's right. Okay, now I should, in this turn, see his evolved form. And I hope it will be really, really epic. But it should be. It should be really amazing. Okay, there it is. It clashed with 20. He's drinking. Time for some play. Alright.
틀림은 없군.
And they healed as well some SP with this.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
폭로 지원한다.
Alright,
어쩌면 영혼이
nice.
이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는
Now he's again in this ego mode.
머리를 베었어야지.
Right here, when used for first time, consumes 15 less if late lineage. Also consumes 1 fewer rev. Oh. So this was the thing why it was so cheap. If this gains drinking to deal more damage. Yeah. It's pretty neat. So he has now drinking to the fallen. And then the passive. Oh! This makes this character so much better. Because before he wasn't doing bleed. And now he's a bleed character. Okay, let's see him fight.
한 점만
Oh shit. He's shooting! Well, that's one guy.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
Yeah, this character is now so much cooler. So you can just... I like that they have an expensive ego that is cheaper at the beginning. To synchronize like really early. What?
이루어질 수 없는 희망도 추락해 흔적조차
So
남지 않은
within...
희망, 모두 나의 바람이었듯이 적이 건넨 도움 또한
I am right now flabbergasted from that moment here. Coin for Tremor. Pinning Nail. Gain offensive level down. Gain bleed equal to stack on Tremor burst. Oh, next season will be a Tremor bleed season. That's nice. Then we have this guy. Thank you for the water. Infrix, hello! Stretching! One time right, one time left. Why did I say it to left right and to right left? God damn it. How are you doing? How is your achievement running going so far? What games are you playing at the moment? I have 4 normal shots. So maybe I don't want to use a normal shot attack right now. Nobody's attacking this one, that's a little bit annoying. Okay, let's get this guy. That was the reused coin, and oh shit. Sadly, she doesn't have multi-attack on this attack. Hi, I'm good, just playing some random games. So, with random games, is it like small games that are no-name, or is it like you're jumping around from different games? Like a random game could as well be Slay the Spire in that sense. So, what type of game? So we just did that.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
And now... Oh wait, he didn't shoot here. Just multiple titles.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Yeah, what type of games are these?
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Are these like action games? Are it
그 외부 강사들.
like
손가락
strategy
안에서도
games?
제로라 하는 실력자들이었을
Real-time combat?
거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한
They're
기술을
obscure.
매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Yeah, we are just collecting here the enemies now left and right. Okay, and that should hopefully kill them all. Oh no.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Okay, we're just using this. Come on.
왜 엄마-
Shoot him!
삼촌들이랑 말도 못
헤드샷.
섞게 했는지.
머리통에 작살났다고.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
But the flash thing was really interesting. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, Bloke just turned up, out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could get at him. Asher let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What we are gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? I remember last time, we all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened, and team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ashburn, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel? Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses played us hold her tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precise such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you just not disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemies out there, but the recovery route didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh? Yet it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get to the comms back up and contact the LCE chiefs Dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. and he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in the bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we are all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was not helping it. Today though, never mind, it's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instruction? Low's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stemming. Heathcliff scratches at his chin, then kept talking as though he were staggering an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockheads couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupid sharp head on him and piece things together, could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling. However you want to call it, my boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shit, too. Said I can't hear them gears turning, or I think hears rats scurrying around. He do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight, where if you say he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starting throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling the whales, to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war, not what most sane people would call a good idea, had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that part was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowing around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they will kill him, and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat a bloody, everlasting bastard, and boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but that's really sound like Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I shouldn't think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time if you pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It isn't like that what is so often read as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconsciousness is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is it a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I can confess, I also have been concluded about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Donkey began to hesitate, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay.
I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in, the dark room. There wasn't a single ray of light, just deep red hue, pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for a light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mustard's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Marsot? Where are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he watching something? I'm developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh? Didn't you know how to print photographs, Paul? What's that for anyway? You expressed to wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial number either matched those found in the photo studio or deviated by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The image bears striking resemblance to the photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studios share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in NCOP's district, buildings mostly. Hey wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by the docugrapher. Mercer chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then, with a measly rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film roads are hardly affordable for the average residents in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of the professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher. How could a person of such a decent, lucrative profession fall into a distortion? He's in job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No. It didn't. My team leader said there are other ways to processing film rolls, but in NCOP, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in the developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place? It's pretty far from the photo studio. Huh? Yeah. Now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspaper, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are light to light, it's really suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, film can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just told in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right. Manager. Mercer came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have requested regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I've judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At a photo studio, reinforcement arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after NCOP's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deduction based on the events thus far made it clear that the photo studio and this dark room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled NCOP's pinframe in this very location. I had Puzzel rushing up to the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mercer is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second initiation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Mercer's you. Crash. You should warn us way earlier! Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. He is smart. And he's taking the thing to heart again. And here, some more stuff. So we have now 1/3 done. 1/3 of the chapter. Alright. And it seems to go to the right. So this will be again fully text-based. After the battle. They skipped the battle, interesting. Something sits ill with me. Amid the screw of Escorp's back streets distorted with the flash, Engdua had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? They are. A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline? I mistook it for a wardrobing rope at first and gave it a little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room, thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observations are unaffected elements in the space occupied by the location type distortion. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sides of Escorp, yet those alone remains as they were. Let's take down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mercer stepped in forward and plucked a few bullets off it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again the bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. It's not dark anymore. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about this distortion and it suddenly jumps. Except for Mercer, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them. No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with a clean, controlled motion. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we are back here with the lights now on. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once the run is complete and the image is fixed. There's no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Signing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Butt? There are people in them. They look dubious. This and who the fuck is this? The people in the all looked different from another. If I had to pick one similar between them, I thought they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's a city, alright. Ordinary folks you see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experience? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she also felt a strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of a random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I got a clock for a head? No. Merced must have noticed that it was out of a sort of the amount. Because he seems to pause on purpose before answering my questions. No? I thought you said docographers are photos to put into the canned experience. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled excellently by the grand magazine Sisypher. There's no known method for external parties to access them. Sisypher what? Oh, I think I've heard of that. Canned experiences, right? They're in the high demand in other districts too. But the only brand stamped on them is the grand magazine Sisypher. Same name every time. I remember some of the classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed based content of the canned experience, known as Experience Better, is supplied to reprocessing factories, where docographers fine-tune the experience details. Photographers are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience. An easier example for understanding would be considered why docographers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. The purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. The demand for horticulture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, Manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experiences that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Maybe perhaps they have been captured for desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much on money on film rolls, that could have made this investment worth it. I would say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager, I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become wrapped in bizarre ways. But every thing in the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Angry would seen and remembered. These photos though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a stronger fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea, Team Leader. Did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms.
Hey, Engdu, can you get me the office catalog? We probably need to commission an office affiliate with 7 Association. Let's look for that one and take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we are fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. Rhodia? Wait, what? Which names are these? The recruit clock? Ah. That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Hey, Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? What, Dante wants to talk? One sec, I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat, can you grab an extra brioche and baguette for me too? Love the ones from that street, they're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF, they're packaged. Are sure you can't treat food like that, okay? Bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This Gabbardy is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if I need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written in the Ricker based on the first protocol Marcel has brought me. Where's that bakery you're all at? Oh, that's bakery. So the bakery is already like one of the persons of the photographs. Cans. We don't have many combats in here. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one on the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he worked in Cannery 17 right next. He's regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately though. Others co-workers assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Otto showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's a Cannery uniform. This confirms our leader's executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Though she'd be close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me the pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. She looked a little bit shocked. The baker demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her brown pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he gave me 5 of the canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd thrown in the docographer of the building of my choice. What did he do with the freaking picture? He decorates buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of his lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that. I get water, give me a moment. Oh my god. My voice. So, I'm back. Guys, you should drink as well enough water. Very important. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent chills down my spine. Young Mersault. Are these camps experience truly possessed of such marvels, to block all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of the several markets. Does this mean that those who indulge the camp experience may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. He doesn't look happy. Mass-produced canned experience are made from base experience better mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it's unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of Cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Is altered for intense stimulation? That sounds quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the can are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Addicted. A possible cause for the formation of dependency patterns is that canned experience allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art though implying that the users are made content with drawing forged dreams stored in an instant use cans? Worse still. The users may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. So, because you experienced the dream that you already had, you're not pursuing that anymore because you already had it like in your mind. But isn't that like a double-edged sword? Like it sounds bad, like that I cannot never experience it, but then I can start a new dream. For the sweeter and more splendid a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hand. So it will rob you the chance to get this for your own way. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Really, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? If the resultant dream rouse not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on the point, actually. If our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I bet you cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that then? Did I even gotta ask? Because I had some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood, given
that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. See some rice bun for me, please. Oh, there he is again. It was Kim. He really did had a knack of making an entrance at least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and jump into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! What did she do? Ezra Angry Fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, forcing him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Mercer approached me as he walked down the street with Ezra Kim still scribbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something, brown and tightly coiled. I've completed the development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking, huh? Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other source of light, as it's a reversal film. The image should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what the reversal film meant, but I did, as he said, unroll the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh? That's pretty cool. Oh, it is showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me look too. It was hard to make out the details because the image was too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. It's the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh? You're right, no, wait a second. See the arms here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. And the head looks like it's turning to the light. Huh? We were all squinting up the tiny frames on the film when suddenly fringed and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. All color drained out of his face. This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of a note or a thick book on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Notch the arms up higher and higher until they are raised all the way up. Like a thumb cinema. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. Their still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teaching saying that video footage we watched are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the fragments suggests that this film strip is highly likely a constitute footage, a violation of NCORP's taboo. Wait, what? I don't understand why it's a taboo. Why is it a taboo? Taboo. That's my question, exactly. Wait, that is Kurokuma. But I don't have a better Poise ID. She needs a Poise ID.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
Oh, fuck.
지위를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
되어내겠습니다.
Late Lineage.
잠시
수금할 시간이야.
칼을 부딪힐
Okay, there we go. Oh crap! As soon as I my hand threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, especially to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Cop and caused the ring to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive Sinner's blood. Some Nestable can get us into serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I heard turned to the sinners, many of them looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Man, I just remember Siegfried. Siegfried was insane. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've done so far. Miss Horst, what happened to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it. Suffering out, guys. They're not dying. You'll be fine. NCOP's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When NCOP dude gets here to pick it up, just comply with the commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything else should be okay. There's a possibility that everything will not be okay. Huh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in the dark room. Oh. The court would take the lack of intentional into the consideration. However, it is very likely that my action will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that NCOPS has their own regulation standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. If the footage image quality of the frame is still within regulations, NCOP won't be sizing the fixers on our butts right away. And that could buy us time or give us, our company, some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they are really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to the real life. So, even if we're really unlucky, and they actually come after us, it is going to be as fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there are no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Mercer, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning NCOP. Yes, cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Mercer. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with advanced. Without waiting for Mercer to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over there, we must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled Experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts, an experience to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gathered around Otis and looked up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between the frames, doesn't it? The Dokura couldn't possibly have moved that pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression rise on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they are just gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, it's a case. Maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we are in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it's not a shift between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine Backstreet's dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film, Roy Dillon, made its subject move very slow from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that when played synchronously would look like a footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the NEST taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, actual manager, we should be in clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of the Wings taboo. But if he was willing to go through his much trouble just to test NCOP's patience, it's hard to believe that he would have stopped here. Based on all the available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is the taboo violator on the run. But what motive would he have to do that? Sure, working for Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to carriers available in the backstreets. Work for subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? There's only feeling that you could be doing more than the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Yeah, you changed this to get a sailor. Something about what Ishma said must tick Bamboo's head at Kim, because he suddenly wiped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must be started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on until he brushed thinly close to one. One fling shot through this camera and another within the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves that question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might been trying to screen it using a projector for all of his part of the backstreets to see. What, but wouldn't it make everyone here, even those who unwilling came across to the projection, right on it? It have been made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street. Apparently, some guy's been going around asking workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on the projector somehow. Alas, it's not a taboo of NCOP to view recorded videos. Pray tell, why would any in a sane mind? Why is watching something is a taboo? I don't get it. Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet blokes don't for anything long as there's coin. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garbage at the Pine Frame team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival of conventions and just tail people who look like they're involved with that, what we are looking for, so they lead us to where we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those formed plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And was it common for those plaid shirts to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence, please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at, huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd surely don't like they're gonna let us follow them. So,
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
NCOP
내가
stuff?
정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나?
Nothing here.
돌아올까?
And then you don't have a code.
아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Unbreakable coins. When using a skill or identical rank of the skill photographed. What? So they can take photographs. So concentrated sniper. Okay, we go from left to right again. So I start like this. Favored. Yeah, I'm always winning this turn. I don't want to win this though. But here's as well one, that's nice. So we can use a lot of different attacks here. You're struggling, you're struggling. Then you do this. Alright. That sounds nice. Let's go for the battle. The battle.
엄마는 무기라고
And the most
뭐든
attacks are
집어넣었어.
dodged from us.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Oh my god, he failed already. That was bad. You should have dodged it. But it seems they're not taking like pictures.
이럴
There.
때는 지 몸이라고
So
하는 거야.
these are pictured. That's really interesting. And I wouldn't know which one it is. So I shoot this guy. So okay, now this one I have to target someone else. So we are assist defending here. And then I'm using this. Alright, here we go.
발광. 차단.
Oh shit. Ezra! Ezra actually didn't kill. There we go. Yeah, this doesn't matter.
한 점만 노려.
Have fun. Please heads. Yeah,
깔끔한 헤드샷.
one shot.
머리통에 적절났다.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어.
This skill rolls especially high for the beginning.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
That's nice.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
And we should get here. Yeah.
상태를 살피고 있었죠.
And now she didn't use the special attack here.
어릴 땐
Shouldn't she
몰랐어.
use this? Well, it
왜
doesn't matter.
엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Does not matter.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준
Alright, let's kill them all.
더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
귀와 요격 완수가 이어졌다면 정리로와. 귀와 요격.
Okay, there.
균형 삼수.
Wonderful skill.
누구나 떨굴 수밖에.
I hope we get more of these synchronization egos. That's really a cool thing.
이루어질 수
I can
없는
just use it
희망.
like that,
추락해 흔적조차
because that's
남지
like
않는
already the fight.
모두 나의 바람이었듯이.
But I like this mechanic so far with taking pictures of skills,
도움이
so it
됐어.
gets like weaker if you repeat use it. Maybe there's something against Malfaust.
깔끔한
Nice.
헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Yeah, we're just win rating here now. It's turn 5, we have to be within 10 turns. That's quite easy.
단수가 이어졌다면
그 외부 강사들
That was the coin reuse.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
아름다운 것.
Only one guy here.
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
지금처럼
Nice.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은
Tell me
기억을
with her
쌓아줘.
arm. That was lighting a lot.
그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
돌아오고 있어요.
Alright.
뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
There are like 2 or 3 more areas then we are getting like into the boss fight or we're getting a mirror dungeon experience.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
Favorite. Dominating. Hitting. 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 You're neutral. There we go. At least she had like the right dodge in blue. No way she's losing, yeah.
비와 요격. 단수가 이어졌다면
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Okay, we have now as well enough points again to use the bamboo-headed beam buff.
지금
시야 확보.
Okay, first shot. Second shot. And soon we have the strongest shot. Alright, we crit it once. And she failed. And her dodge was collected.
목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
Let's take this. Yeah, she got just completely destroyed. Struggling. Ego usage. I'll use this again.
타깃 포착 1시간.
Okay, does her arm then start to glow now? Bamboo at a game! Time for your double attack.
망을 참아. 숨을 거두리라.
Nice, Sue.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
And if everything goes well, he hits, and then the enemy's guaranteed dead. Yep, guaranteed dead. Explode.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜
Okay,
엄마가
that's the one with the highest attack with a high attack. Can dodge this.
외부 강사들
Actually, I don't need to dodge, I can just attack
안에서도
this.
내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은
Bamboo
더
headed
대단한
kin
기술을
can fight this
매번
one.
엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Alright, here we go. That was a weak shot. But honestly, Limbus, like reading all that much that goes on the voice, it's legit crazy. Wait, let me run this.
아름다운 것.
This is not killing, right? Even with crits. Yeah.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
Or can I lose? Yes, hopeless. Perfect. This is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. There we go. Clash, he loses. And now it's time to claim their bones. Finally, the skill works. It was so often useless, and now it works. I'm so happy. Now we can actually lose with the skill.
흉터의 결과야.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
2 more enemies. Oh, you're all attacking one. No, 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 no. I'm not doing this.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도
There we go.
실력자들이었을 거야.
Get the first kill, please.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
흐드러지게.
Really nice. Sadly, one is living.
이런 날이었을 거야. 나보다
Again,
먼저
3 times
엄마가
shot.
집에 돌아오는 날.
Perfect.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
Okay, the next one should be again a story encounter.
그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히
120. Well, let me check the rewards already. We need one more, then I can get the new ID. Oh.
어머.
Is this now the final encounter? Hardly a challenge. What a what. Ooh, well, at least they are not much of a fighter 101. Service to class is not a combat specified department. Why they have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. Hey, what are you snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report of their high-ups, I wager. I can kinda see how they could think we're involved in it somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they end up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rational. Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched the silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is that he wished to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing, without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance of whim, "Hey Mersault," I was struck by a sense of brief yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. "Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's anything you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it." "Yes, manager. I will do as you order, should one such circumstance occur." As always, his reply was deflating, concise, and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, what talking about right now actually? Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not.
It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer, written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding himself for an answer wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a quote, "Sure if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the top of my probable tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would be nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your questioning accordingly. Had I asked him again, then he had tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mercer's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in the mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over there. So they must be on their way to the building, or paths ahead seem clear. Exit Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha, be right there. Briefly lull to battle came a close, and battling enemies were arrived precisely at time Mercer had predicted. We made our way into the building. Bloody hell! Them blokes we thought downstairs must be the weaker ones of the bunch. How does NCOP have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing after all. Are these taboo violators? I thought they could have worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The NCOP fixers appears just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with organized taboo violations? They should send the taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must thought our current manpower was sufficient to deal with this. I don't know what about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's, all of a sudden, with a click a room began to buzz with the metallic whirl of some kind of machinery. And immediately I couldn't tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shady room was a device I wasn't sure I had seen before. An exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the shotgun face in our battles earlier, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn outgrown of things past prime. Man! Sheet your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light. Out this, 100 in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a record video executive manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voice of the several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little bit embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metallic shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Engdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a record gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. The video is not a recording. Possibly rebutted Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused incidental exposure incurred by subduing violators, the NCOP employees also opened their eyes and began muttering amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself to go to look at the machine, which was shining a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was a message, delivered via white words on the black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still end up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of Category 3 violation. Free yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is the foolery but with less buffering and the absence of tools? The hallowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brewl of echo to the dock excavation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you're meant to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Without even so much as a turning around, Vampire Kim raised the swords, parried away the N-Corp's employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still end up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentence over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was it just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it will be you folks, right? Kim said nothing. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effort swatting away the N-Corp's employee's attack, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point asking. I'm no different from this abomination, just as it wields that contraption. I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friends and foes unrestrained. Hey Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has not qualms of showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of fables of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion into a severing driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some say might say. My pure heart almost burst out of my chest. Courtesy of you. All of you blindly consume fake experience after fake experience, without even care about the real thing. In that split second, I think I saw Mercer's eyebrow twitch. A battle's imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? A blinding flash followed by the exploding bang. My vision email went white, decided to take its damn time coming back, and when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particular unsettling landscape of Escorp, followed by bamboo-headed Kim surrounded by a small army of Chutcom. Mentor! Kept that up and you shout me deep, Engidu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor still to wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. That they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all days for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism first. The words began to shift before I had the chance to ask first what she had meant. To the ones who find comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserve your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today over this raid. It did. Unlike the early instance, one of the distortions different from the others. As Mersault identified, there was something different about group of Chuchang this time. They were accounted by someone else. A warrior in an impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor and the great wonder of Soul's Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. A warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guards and knocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would gone down had you been the one to grab him. Military Commissioner, I'm Im Kyung-up. How do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrows losing. Seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle, and with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunok began to swarm us.
누가 화났을 땐
So we have those again, and then this guy.
숨어 있어야 해.
Flash Phenomenon. I'm Young App. There. Sword of the Homeland. Reassume stance. Unaffected by swordplay of Homeland Sol. Unclashable with assist units. Prioritize sinners. If target skill is assist defense exclusive skill, convert into... Okay. Lose Homeland. If target skill is assist exclusive skill, this effect does not activate. So I have to clash this. On hit, as an unopposed, or... Okay, so it doesn't like this. Upon entering gain memory transition. Oh, okay, we change the location when this goes to 1. Lose 1 stack. Less this, gain affected fixed panic. Aber in Jujong, what is this? When gain shield. Okay. When this and encounter. When gaining this effect, gain shield equal, yeah. Gain defense, deal, lose 1 sec when taking shield damage, equal to turn off this unit's max HP. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp Jujing Bridgen is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp powered armor suit and full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Jujing Brigand greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that the armor of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with a limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that as with all the aforementioned armors, once Riders has familiarized himself with the Jujing Brigand extent, reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of a war that strides across the battlefield with promised slaughter. Okay. When the following conditions are met, use the pattern then conclude both. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, does not check for unopposed. In the turn, what the fuck? The Sword of the Homeland. S-Corp, the traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches, Sal, Pi and Piu. Within their teaching exist techniques to hew and cleave through the creatures of colossal statues such as Sangons. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great hanwaju capable of bearing to strain the techniques. Turn start, gain the following effect. Battle, Homeland. At less than gain... Okay, and Fragile. Oh! On Clash Win, gain 2. Okay. There are those who preserve in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent, only to let it rust. All men say that the title of the Apex Blade can be seized on only by the gifted. It matters not, until the day comes for the blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall preserve in honing my prowess. Okay. So I can clash this? Okay, that's dominating. Okay, I can get at least 3 attacks in. That's not an assist attack, that's nice. So I can hit this one. Yeah, having this right now is a little bit unlucky. No, I think I have to win here this clash. Okay, I have 3 here. Oh, this doesn't help me. Okay, let's see.
사활을 건다.
Let's see how it turns out. Let's don't lose any unit, hopefully. But honestly, the Blade Lineage team always feels a little bit weak so far. Because most of the IDs are kinda old. Okay, nice. Bamboo-headed Kim going to war. Careful lead. Yeah, that was sure.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
Nice, pierce fragility. So we are getting a lot stronger now over these turns.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될
Alright.
때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼웠지. 내 의안처럼.
I should take the favorites here. This as well here. So we have a lot of attacks there. You take this. I'm fine with that. There we go. We just don't use the assist attacks right now. That's the idea. Oh my god. Oh, I thought she's losing. But no losing so far. Thank you, Ezra. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just knew that this will be like that.
자세에 틀림은 없고.
But I just wanted to make sure we win this, and even if we would have lost this clash, we would have gotten a strong attack out of him. So, and now the area should change, right? Or after this turn at least. So, now the flash?
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
No,
내가
no
정말 두려웠고
flash.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 걸
It's this one.
너희는 어떠려나? 무사히
Alright.
돌아올까?
Now
아니면 엄마처럼
it's time to use this one.
거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
조금 바쁘네만.
Let's hope this. Okay, you can clash against this. And shoot him here. Ego, like it's favored. I could as well use it here, so I make sure. Okay, you don't have any bleed. Okay, let's see.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
He won't like the attacks one bit. That will hurt. That should maybe even deplete his whole shield. Or not. I thought that attack is way stronger. Next turn I have to swap the Heathcliff attacks because it gets a little bit problematic over time. Because I cannot use the weak attacks from him. Because that is a really, really bad attack. Okay, nice. So let's see it. Nice.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중
He got
제일
some bleed
뛰어난 게
count.
검이었고.
But now 100% the flash.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한
So
고통을
it's this
가져오는
one.
거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
It's 3-2. Let's use this. Do we have here anybody? No, we don't know anything about it.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Okay, let's see. That should 100% by the way crit. Okay, we critted a little bit. And we got pictured, so we cannot use the crit again. Nicely done, Ishmael.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고무대 같았어.
그냥 누구나 떨굴 수
Ishmael just killed 2 people. I love to hear that. But it's as well a really, really broken character.
그 삶에 마침표를.
And now Heathcliff, shoot.
지금 폭로 지원한다.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가
Like, what happens if I kill this, like, already?
그 외부 강사
Ah, combat if the battle has returned from escort
하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
falls in us. This unit cannot be killed and does not take any damage from sources other than
더
skill
대단한 기술을
damage.
매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Cannot be killed and does not from sources other than the skill damage from skills attacking this unit as a main target. Turn start after entering turn end if reaches 0 or is activate the following next turn. Remove self and anchor from encounter. Turn young. Okay. So you have to target this one. I see how this works. Okay, and now, zoom.
엄마가
And then
검을 들고
there are
나갈
only
때마다
2 left.
내가 정말 두려웠던 건
Develop
엄마가
memories.
돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히
Gain fragile,
돌아와.
deal more damage and more crit damage.
아니면 엄마
Critical hit, double the effects inflicted by coins of ball. Alright. So I could clash here now. So that's hopeless. So I kill this, and then I do the AoE. Because I don't want to use this against the strong coin, because I don't want to literally die. How the fuck do I always get the one-sided guy? God. Okay, now let's see how this goes. So this one should hurt him a lot. But it's 100% a cool unit. And I like that we don't get every time like the end boss as a freaking ID. So and now it's time for your Claim the Bones. Wonderful. He will change already face again, I think.
그렇지 않은 것.
Ezra just one attack. God damn it. God damn it, Ezra. Oh fuck. Shouldn't she like win?
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Oh, you have
왜
now
엄마가
two.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들
I'm trying to dodge this. This is
손가락
0-0,
안에서도
okay.
내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
A 5 paralyze.
혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
That's a lot of freaking coins. So this. We're getting light too.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Okay, that were two of the coins. Yeah, not with us. Because we are already like in this blade tier. He didn't get any damage. But I think it's nice that red coins are not 100% starting to stagger one if you win against them. Because this is before, or was before, always the problem. And it's really, really difficult. So this is the turn where it swaps again, pretty sure.
간다. 여긴 맡겨주세요.
요리오슈쿠!
Or not.
엄마가
Or
만반장이
not.
싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야.
Can
요슈니까
give one more big attack here. I should just take it like this. Alright.
도착. 1시간.
One epic new attack again. It's the last bullet. What it did a lot of damage. And we should get the shield now destroyed. Yeah, Ezra got it.
먼저 빠진다.
I shall set my former right. Now it's the machine again, right? Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. That battle seemed to be taking a toll of the sinners, more so than the usual. It wasn't that we weren't up against an insolent foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Engdun were here to help us. But... Shite, haven't they had enough? About time they give up, innit? Why don't you go legging it again? That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit is blocked, and it's like we can't stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between NCorp and SCorp, we simply did not have the braving room to focus on either the projector or the Gyeong AOP, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Engdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. NCorp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seems that a sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted NCorp to our location. How do we get out of this? Host Otis, help me out of here. I decide to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the battlefield. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements NCorp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Gyeong or destroying that project bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it's unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to reckon the current rate of enemy reinforcement. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there's an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave for enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in the battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without a reinforcement of our own, there's little of hope prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion, at the very least, Faust recommends to entering the Dungeon of Heavens as our exit. Dungeon of Heavens, but we can enter if we can't even talk to distortion. Wait, maybe. Don't the SB record packet the LCE? He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in the front of the distortion, apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes takes us, NCorp or Twisted Kakarian of S-Corp, we are still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keyword, I can summon an entrance to its dungeon, to the Heavens from anywhere within. Okay, so what are the keywords for the distortion then? Winheim had provided us necessary keywords for the distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. It's obvious being present through the entire phenomenon, the photograph. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. And experience. There's an undercurrent obsession with experience stains this every trail. It must have ought in a relation to what has caused his distortion. It must be something more grounded, something that is synonymous with experience, while maintaining through line to NCorp. Can't experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph can't experience? Nah, seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these kind of photographs they use to make can't experience? So that's what the stranger was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused the rippling effect. What was not enough to force open the Dungeon of Heavens. How many keywords could there be? Scraps. I thought we were talking about turning sharing what might cause him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece of one after another, I thought it was maybe some sort of Zen riddle. But where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities.
sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to the eyes focused elsewhere. Take our personal interest to it. He had been poking around his area of town with an eye-watering expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I would likely prodded for information had tales to tell him about. Each added another facet to the long saga of once-driven man, a man with a can-to-do attitude, any uncanny ability to pull him up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man, he just said ideal, lost grip of the fortune and reality. I sought out this apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain dripped through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroached from the earth, their minds began to wander lost. Eventually, madness is awoke in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself, a shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eye. No, I had seen that look once in the past, though it would have more accurate to say that I heard in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I should be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken particular interest in Bamboohead game, photography, hand experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen. Then the gateway to one's fathoms. Hey, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had redirected her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeons of the Pharaohs, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the NCOPS employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Haha, probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we can travel through the pathway once it opens, so yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrow corner. I keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. My sword's arm, not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. That's really what he thinks. There was something in his eye that led me to believe his was more about than just staying behind the protector area. He was scared. What the fuck? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easily for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Singer? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing some homework. I remember hearing that entering the dungeon of heavens will bring one to the spiritual fountains of the distortion it's gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It is decided then, you're coming with us. You ain't about walking into a blind place we know shit about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You tried that too. Learned that the hard way, that homework like summer regarding those your way just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. The rest is scabbard will cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating, go to your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects for its employees. Go, Junior! You guys too, LCB, I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand. Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I show why team leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a monster of a week situation for team leader and me back at our duo days. I can handle him on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all.
Ah well, guess I just have to trust our two Oser team at newbies to handle it. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as our team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter, as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us and dragged his feet all the way. I shall take the vanguard. At Mentor, be warned, the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, you may trip. I can clearly see that, Engdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께
Freaking-
이곳저곳을 다니며
Freaking jest, and then you need a ladder? We can buy one.
언젠가
We can buy one.
그 중에서
That's easy.
가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
승보수가 먹혀들었군.
Alright, now
판세는
There
완벽히
we have the new
있었다.
ID. exchange.
정착지를 찾을 때까지.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
There he is. Nice to have this now. So of course I have to change this one in. We just uptie him very quickly.
일이 나오시죠? 노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게. 이 오랏줄에 묶이시게.
And then we are skipping this because we are still completing the other thing. We can do have like a session where we read it anyways afterwards. And then we are leveling up to level 4. Oh, come on. What are you doing? I had enough. Uptie. Like, look here. There was a button for it. And now we can just fully level him up. There. 60. So now this one gets a little bit less nice. So I could go Kurokomo to enforce the bleed. Then we go to stages. And so far everything is green, nice. So this is the last one. And this time we get as well him. So we are getting more out of here. I just check if I don't miss anything. Yeah, I have everyone. Everyone there that gives me some points. Alright, then let's go in it. If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It's reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in S-Corp's fiend-haunted mansions. This is a place hardly fit for a human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Those days that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think that's a cool vibe. Wipes my foot, I don't think I'd be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of down-trodden were beset by thousands souls and tenfold more struggles, and the streets that inhabited reflected reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternations how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadows that had begun to haunt Kim's face still linger there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those gazed into as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. One day when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that thatched roofed house and feel it rusted beneath my back as I lay upon. Although it be to respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the Choga. Beneath it, a wick tunnel I have passed, and now I witnessed myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiant upon towards the man on the star roof. I'm Im Jeongdo. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up wrong tree, it's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lunging on the roof. I'm going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence and spell twice successively, the work of the bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war-stride armor, yet expect to no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade, like a demonic yakashara, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why who else might she be but the military commissioner gearing up, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habits of speaking into hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an affiliate so grand as principal. Oh no, not a compliment. You see, commissioners, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhand compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinand have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at this precise moment. I know I'm just saying that if I were her, I would ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste of prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not serious comparing the way I talk to this sassy gotcha-digging pun-riddled. Well, the world we live in the West and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. But I knew you would be, so I wouldn't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue, do you know subject? The streaks speak of a man like Carl Kimlip, Bamboo Rainhead, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and excite himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of the sword another way into the nest, as the right state consul sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? Out of supervents, yet the relative is that merely found the path of the man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct and any compliments you have towards the right state consular, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painfully enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out, bamboo-headed Kim. Thank you. And thus he continued to veer away from the line. I'd rather be corpse, cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you into 3 ways before this rewriting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You're sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good coincidence turn down such an offer of kindness. Not that I ever do. You surely have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps yet such a jape's not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So cares to tell us why she's been watching you. I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game's rock tossing? Save them for the festivals of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passerby. P on D. That is the wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of bone and flesh in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the blood and the downtrodden cheered me on, to degree. They found it cathartic. Curious. Then it is right deed, or deed not right? Pure so. What error is that thou describing? It is well known truth that S-Corp is also known by the other name, Salpipion. I don't know what this means. A wing specialized in general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of industry, soil, P and Pio, each meaning flesh, blood and bone respectively. Soil responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Pio responsible for meat and livestock, and P in charge of technology's aspect of both. As scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the presection the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested, and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intention of yesteryear now lies so late. The Trinity now degraded to 3 crawling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor, and preferably to claim top to the triangle. And a tyrant of the flesh claims to the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rights as the common folk starve. And a tyrant of the bone wants the right state councillor totals to Saul and rises to seat of the left state councillor. And such shameless conspiracy permit not to common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguishous cries of suffering flooded the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bones and flesh collude like that one of emigrated dead. Who shall reclaim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking streets of S-Corp. Then the people who target with the rocks they weren't people, rats. Rats? Oh yes, the council finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what common folk rightfully deserve? Their son suffered from the severe case of kleptomania, so you purpose threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground knowing that he was a klepto-rat? Well, I simply could not help but react at such a presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about it now. Just hearing expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revered ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with the expensive prosthetic. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So when you stop being a sword and be a human again, what? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned probably was correct. When I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in escort. I must say, I myself found the relation most intriguing. That the military commissioner of the Soul faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escort. Engdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It's newest to me that you have had ties to the second ordinance official, military officer, with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the cells of the right state counselor, who's first ordinance, you know. Well, that might be true yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escort? Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade Lineage our home for Escort, a veil no home for us but the Lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seemed intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a tranquil longing in his eyes before moving on. He followed without a word. Like, did he kill her? But why? Why would that happen? Favens. We emerged into a dark and muggy cave, filled with eerie, so stale it almost felt stiff. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Let's go with this clashing sword. Just how many people are fighting up there? We must proceed with caution, like there may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the slight noise of metal against metal. It was unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in the troubled silence, as the sound of war only grew louder and louder, until they came to a sudden silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it has been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt. Okay. Red tassel. For the battle. It doesn't matter where we go. So I will go for these first. Then this one. You can crit really nice. There we go. Clashing them away. Dun 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 dun. New enemies. If target has less than 50 HP, you get stronger. It is apply on all blade damage at least at next turn start. Resentful blade lineage is also. Syndicate. They like to target him. Oh, hateful? You're hateful.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
So this will be now just... I could just win rate this, but I think I won't do that. It's nice as well to see now the new Hangyu, like on the field.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
So I could do
엄마와
this,
같은 색으로
just because
갈아엎었지.
it's not really
내
costful
후회한
벤다.
to use this this ego. Can just use the ego for free, and then next turn I can lose my yeah, claim my bones or claim their bones. Then we can lose with it.
목이 피었잖아.
혈이 남자오.
Let's get him.
망을 쳐놓.
Okay, that was nice. Nice damage already.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어. 피아노, 가장 새빨간 지옥색의 피아노.
Unopposed. Of course unopposed. If it's unopposed, then I don't need to use this like that. This looks like... Oh, we have the real bamboo-headed Kim as well now in our team. That's kinda cool.
지금처럼
Yeah.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
Both with the
다니며
eye.
많은
Love
기억을
it.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
Navigating our way through the streets of Escorp, we come across a young man hugging a blade, his gaze wandering blankly towards the sky. He seemed to have caught us staring. He turned his head towards us, gave us one once over, then slumped back where he sat. Pass on by, folks. I have no intent of bringing you harm. His voice was familiar, but I couldn't quite place my finger on it. Search not for a revelation in the clouds drifting by, for they hold no answers. Or then that man must be... Do you know me? Must I know you to impart some unsolicited advice? A meddler in me simply cannot help himself when walking past the disadvantageous game of Baduk. The man widened his eyes in brief surprise, then began in a contempt voice. You are a player of the great than I, that I can tell, so if you will, permit me to solicit some advice. Shamed, I am of my past plays, for they were dishonorable and deserving of ridicule. Thus I had begun to wonder if I would be of the better use should I become a blade of far higher, then a man of incorruption integrity, a just soul, sought me out and asked me that I serve as his blade, yet I worry that my filth may befall his hands too. What say? Would you say that I take this opportunity and make this play, or let bamboo-headed Kim answer? What choice have you got but to continue placing the stones when the game shall avail you no mercy of reverting a move? What if continue this play leads me to lose all of my territories? Then resign the game. You've given it all to the end, and if it's indeed the bitter one, then what can you do? The least you can do is play it until the game is called. You're playing by following the flow anyhow, aren't you? Thank you for the water! Though we have but just met, it seems as though your gaze penetrates deep into my bones, stranger. Take this as a token of my thanks for your meddling. A light bulb seemed to have gone off in his head. Light flashed in the eye of the man, or bamboo-headed Kim of the past, and he jumped to his feet, sped off, but not before handing us something. Not that you'll be able to do anything to change the course of this losing game. I think I hear Kim whisper. F in the chat for him. So, if he is not hit, we get this. How long is this?
그대
How long is this
이
path?
검이 필요하오.
What is this? Football fest. Oh, true. Today is starts the football thing, right?
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게
Like I
숨소리도
remember
내지
something.
말고 숨어 있어야 해.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
Honestly, here in this one, I can just
지금
win
완전
rate
삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
because this doesn't really matter. And look, there's Bamboo-headed Kim there. Look at him.
추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 힘은
Does he has any text-based skills?
적이 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지.
Deep-rooted regret.
발권, 차단.
My biggest question is here, like, what he do. Like,
흉터의 결.
the girl looked like really friendly with him, and they were like on a friendly base. So what happened? Like, I guess she got killed, Ada killed, or he killed her. But how did that happen? That's the question.
띠를 꺾는다. 살을 베어 띠를 꺾는다.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Yeah, now get.
왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑
Oh,
말도
lol.
섞게 했는지.
He's one time struggling.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
Like, this is one of the best things to know he's struggling, because if he struggles, he will just come back and kill them.
돌아가기 싫다면
Or he should, unless he's staggered. But I don't think he's staggered. Yeah, there. To claim their bones!
골단.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어.
And executed.
가장 새빨간 지옥 세계.
It's fun to use at least once to claim their bones.
발권, 차단. 돌고 수밖에.
Ah, he got so much cooler. Like before he looked badass, but now, like even without the head, he's kinda badass. Like often really OP characters are just having this floaty attitude where they don't really care and just seem to be like saying, I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Barbed Kim lets out a sigh before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must notice us. What should we do? Claiming that we are the prisoner guards, keeping our eyes on the prisoner. Yeah, keeping eye on prisoner. At least put a little effort into your lives, huh? Clearly pretending to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. F in the chat. I should have lied better.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
No, I can't. It can't be. My life, the experience, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memory when I had started with you. I must say it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secret revealed like this. Kim grinned sheepishly, as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the right state council estate. Someone who I had once protected, though was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Engdu. Take all step over, or you might trip. There are bodies sprayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare to start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated. Some had their torso split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that it could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilor? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remember what S-Corp's logo I saw in Kim's favorites looked like. That hats these cops are, or were wearing, are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo-Head Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state's council life was always a precarious and candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupts, sycophants, who chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor, with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland, so they're kinda like how the Great House of H-Corp each had their own armies. They're similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstance were to be explained in the plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging alliance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their alliance. I had thought this is no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguise, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with assassins, I recalled thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent, though the left state councillor power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such brazen attempt on the life of one of the truant councillor at the royal court would have been foolish. I can't have failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lim, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I had failed you. And I knew who the author of the full scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their backest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greeting, honored bodyguard, the right councillor. I see that you've been hard at work. A cursed parasite. I thought to flay you alive revealed the red soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councillor, who toils day and night in search of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all of those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words and the oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Beat me, soldiers. arrested Mad Butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crime. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state consul arrived at the royal court. This audacious conscious affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor on the matter on the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day right on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promised death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus, we are perforce to arrest criminal and restore the rule of law. You spouts ancest rival. I saw your men make their way to the council's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor? Might you be looking for the right state councillor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to me and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap? Why?" Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you are not the even apex blade of the homeland, nor as our cloud blade. Would you have been rather a grievous obstacle to execute of my plans? Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan. With you constantly getting in my way, let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, through Escorp I indeed spawned the troubled water. It was those like us who had cleared the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. During the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the right state council's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with Escorp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the council's sworn guard Himlib. Feed us, O villain. Han ho ba! And let the Oran bones take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered the candidate of honor of Angwem. And with that brand of the Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, young oak? I hadn't received the orders to behead you. If that is what you're asking, nor would I be a fit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The councillor has abandoned me. There's no path forward. Your Argentius is more corrupt than I had thought, rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with the stone placed on all 9 star points on the board? And find a place where you can begin anew in an equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You are a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you are as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honored principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escorp's future is the need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share in common quality. They are both debt to be repaid. Young up, come with me. There's no hope left for Escorp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we are playing the rigged game. Listen, they might have 9 stones advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I manage and keep my fingers on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escorp, yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grandiose purpose. I'm done with Escorp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the current of the river will someday bring you back to Escorp. That's all. Though I had left the rig game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the blind Lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me, self-defeating, move after self-defeating move. When gearing up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the Tiger's Maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to a realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in losing play from the start. The shadow dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like a wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade Lineage, one by one, leaped over the wall and approached us. Like projections of Kim's darkness fathoms, they're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from reviewing a photograph is malleable. Then they must be after, yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade Lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가
Oh.
만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야.
Oh, that's cool.
요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
We can decide again the clashes. I love if I can decide clashes. Then it's at least not just a win rate button. There we go. Like using this as first is always really nice. And with the stuff it has at the beginning, to use it like basically for free is way too good.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
So we are kind of these creatures, but not with the distortion phase. So the distortion just can't reface people and have then like these fake things on top. But yeah, Bamboo at Kim overall was not at fault. Did everything what he had to do.
보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
So then I can use this one here. Alright, so let's get them all. First kill.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
귀와 요격, 함수. 정보라 떨굴 수밖에. 자세.
But I like how often they as well give us like support units nowadays. So they just make it more like a team effort. And that's kinda really cool. The healing is just really like slightly.
배워냈어요.
150. Ooh.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼웠지. 내 의향처럼.
There we go.
전부 잡아드리죠.
놀아떨굴 수밖에.
And there we have it.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은
So we get
기억을
one more question
쌓아줘.
mark.
언젠가 그 중에서 가장
Oh,
멋진
wait.
곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
I thought we were already like there. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few months later, a small squad of torches in hand rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted in Kieran's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen his wretch. The Etruscans began walking up to the Syrians and questioning them about the criminal whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into a haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon, the Etruscans, having made their way through the crowd, approach us as well. What should we do? Say that you don't know. As I began surrounding the haystack, the man who had been hiding suddenly burst out and bolted away in the opposite. That's him! Then began rushing towards the man who had fled. Something about the way they were glaring at us made it clear that they didn't like that. Then! Okay, I should have just lied again.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Rip me. I could have been stronger.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야.
Yeah, I think I can just win right here.
요료슈쿠!
I want to have like the real fight soon. Interestingly enough, we don't yet...
그중 제일
Hi
뛰어난
hi, awesome night, hello! How are you doing?
아름다운 것.
How is Beatrice doing? Is your doggo happy? A very happy doggo. At least I hope you have a happy doggo. And how was your work day so
자세에
far?
틀림은 없군.
Oh no, wait, it's the start of the work day. Are you winning? Yes. In this fight I'm even win rating.
이어졌다면
So of course I'm winning. Because yes, Matrix is fine.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑
Love to hear it.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
I can leave early. Oh. What means early? What does early mean? How is Lumi? Lumi is doing completely fine.
놀아떨굴 수밖에.
I am letting her run around again now and then, and if she wants to let out, then she is like going to the window and is pretty loud about it. She's just then like struggling at the window and like trying to nod her a little bit. So yeah, she can be quite loud.
엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 씌웠지. 내 의안처럼.
The little hamster, madam. And it's always so cute if she's like still a little bit tired and comes out, and then you can like pick her up and cuddle her.
너희가
And she's
걸어야
like
할 수라의 길.
so slow to understand anything.
끝이 보이지 않는 길.
Love her.
멀고 또 멀고.
Okay, now. Nice.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
Okay, it's time
많은
to go
기억을 쌓아줘.
to the final fight of the chapter.
그 중에서
the
가장
heavens.
길이
멋진 곳에
같으니
But
거들어주지.
how did that happen that he had to fight her? Like a prey backed against a cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hands hesitate with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Iam Young up in there. Yara was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she was never stopped wanting to change the way the royal code was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scourged the newspaper and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. It is, I'm going up appears that as a monster does, Mentor? No, wasn't like that. I still believe that deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious corrupted and have it be the wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow to where the current takes him. When the river bent and hit the wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once opponent, I will be driving Matrix. Alright. Thanks for joining in. I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afford me the undeserved faith. And the river continued to wind, crying me back to S-Corp, whence I had fled. I will lurk unless I can call on Discord and join stream lol. Like, the thing is, if I would do this, we are just like here in the finally. Usually I would say yes, if the stream would continue longer. But literally, I want to get to the end of the chapter and then make something to eat. S-Corp, whence I had fled, shall a lead's blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I am satisfied with the ways S-Corp is? But your method as it goes now goes against the principle. I expect better from someone of your wilds. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of the principles. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry! I only hope that one of those bands in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed of change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path? And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gyeongnom, the second ordinance of the Separate Agro Industries. Official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court shall uphold the command and sever the butts of the rebellion before the proper gate. No! Okay, this is... Oh my god! How many skills are these? Hello, kind girl. This flash I claim. Hit my flash, dealing attack from against Bamboo Head Kim. Alright. So, assist defense is bad. This is what I know. And we are still damaged from the fights before. Oh, that's neutral. What the fuck is this neutral? Alright, and now this one will be where we turn. Alright, here we go. Let's slash him. Bleed count.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었어.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리노화.
The crazy part is like we are a lot of Lineage characters on the field, And we have double Bamboo-headed Kim. I feel sad that like they had like a friendly relationship. But the city is just corrupt as always. Yeah, she is losing literally every single clash.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지.
Alright, there we have this.
엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아끼웠지.
So this one is hopeless. Yeah, nope. Why is this going like that? Oh, you're as well attacking Bamboo at him. Alright. Okay, now to claim their bones. If I can claim their bones, I will always do this here. And everyone else should be winning, but the bleeding looks a little bit dangerous. Okay, vines on the target. But 5k HP is as well not that much. Alright. He's not staggered. We have one clash here. Me personally, I went and let Ryosha handle everything. You know, I could have done this, but isn't this more climatic? And especially we are getting more of the coins. Like the coins I feel are for the event pretty neat. So that's why I went for this. So fine. And we can at least as well see the powered up one. By the way, what's your favorite ID so far? What's the ID you like the most? Yeah, we can kinda spam stuff like that. He's healing back. And got for the fallen. I could go a complete bleed team here. That would have been as well a little bit faster. So many red coins. Oh fuck. She lost one coin. Alright, right. We need the event currency as well. And my favorite ID is indexed on. So you like Sora then? So far. Honestly, I am really happy with the index like nurse father, because I already like Roland a lot. She's just so adorable. Yeah, she was so friendly overall as well. It's actually just sad that she was deleted. At least we have Kira. Oh no. Regardless of speed. So I have to clash this one. So I feel like I should flash like this, but I'm scared if this fails. Well, we will see. Four. Well, it's similar. It's similar in strength. Oh shit. Oh shit, this was not good. Oh shit! Power wise? Yeah, power wise, Ryo's shoe is just broken. Like, the power levels of different characters were as well, like, really broken. From the effect, I loved as well the Butterfly Yisang. Butterfly Yisang was really epic. Oh, this looked like she was staggered. But I think the normal attacks of Butterfly Yisang are kinda too weak. But the skill 3 is really epic. Yes! I love as well how it clashes all the time with here. The oh my god, I forget always the one, like Sun Shower Yisang. Yeah, Spice Brush. Sorry, Spice Brush was it. Like, they both are like fighting for the same ID spot. And even the Nurse Father is fighting now for this, kinda. But he doesn't have like this... Yeah, this tear burst. Yeah, her sanity is a little bit low. Yeah, this seems a little bit over. This is hopeless. I can just use like egos here now. Like if I want to. It's already flashing. Huh? We will. Legit, the next banner will be it. I'm pretty sure the next banner will be it. Like, how shouldn't it be? Like in 2 weeks? Very likely. Like, I would say it's nearly 100% given. The only question is if they are splitting it up as single banners or it will be a double banner. But I have a feeling it will be a double banner. And then we should as well soon get Walpurgis again. She's not that powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Very rarely they appear evenly matched yet. He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here is he. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You rather lock your sword with mine than carry it away? Probably a double. Hell, maybe we get Notebook for free and roll your for gacha? Nah, never. Both will be gacha. 100% both will be gacha. Like, I don't see how we should get it free. We only get it free if there is like an event going on for it. But this won't be an event because they're already gone. So because of this, it has to be a banner. and with that they don't make 2 stars anymore because it's not lucrative enough, and they would need to power level them a lot down. So both of them will 3 stars. Yeah, but that's an event ID. That's an event ID. Like, that's different. Like, event IDs are free, but this is not an event ID here. They will never make this, but honestly, that's why I believe we might get no. Like, how are you thinking we are getting it for free? Like, the notebook cannot be free. It's not feasible. We have right now already an event, and they don't do another event for the farmed one, so it's not possible. Wait a sec. What? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away. Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade locked through, huh? The duel between the mentor of the Syndicate and the military commissioner of Escop is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close and final battle. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in sand. We are close to finish the season. We are missing just one ID for the season. We are closing to finish the season. We are missing just one ID. What do you make? What makes you think that it's now close to the end of the season? If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just a bamboo-headed Kim and Young readied for the final bout. Engdu leaped in between them. Engdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? There were banner, my friend shot me. We are also close to wild progress as well. Yeah, so that you know what will happen. Like, first of all, I don't know why you think there will be only one ID. Because there will be very likely still 2. Second of all, I have a very, very good feeling about this, that they will release the double banner like 2 Thursdays, like in 2 weeks. Then there will, after that 2 weeks, the Walpurgis, and then very likely the first unseasonal ID. And then after that, there should be soon the next Kanto. Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who choose so to trust a fool like me. You know about that 3 season guaranteed? Yeah, I checked it and there was only 1 missing on it. As I didn't expect Kim to be this handsome when I first saw him. True. The ticket can show like less characters on the ticket, but this doesn't mean that these are all for this. Like in the screen of this, these are just all that are in there. They didn't want it to add it like another one, but there can be even more than this. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to realities of my homeland, I served the master. Yeah, no worries. Like, it will be... Like, it's 100% given that we get both of them. Like, the names were already dropped in there, and we know that... Valentina will be Rhodia, and we know that the other one will be Heathcliff. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me. And when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admit that this game cannot be won, that... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Engdu, I thought we were here talking me into keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What rings of you is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as your excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade Lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does our overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I had enough of that flip-flapping larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demands some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a buttering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor? I know that what kind of shame or responsibilities our mere tools has. Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with the bamboo head of yours and live on. Live on so you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. In her heart that saw death lies defeat at your feet. There is no stone left from my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from the silly game of stones, become a fiend of blades. Enter, that is not what I said. Interesting, whenever did you hear that poem? Yes, when I inverted a bamboo, the head is like an unladen ship. Engdu and I am young up were knocked away from bamboo-headed Kim, as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raised his gaze to meet the empty air, as though someone were here, there, a howl of laughter escaping his lips. We know who is talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have concerned yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rule for tonight's gambit. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting, I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet, I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what commands my defeat, but I desire to be victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you, I will take the encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman in Gyeong-ap readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her and saw that whitey shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from the heaven's gaze, this head I wore. An empty boat, I bore my friends along. In bamboo veils, we drifted from shore to shore. With wine, I donned my head to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doffed the shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo head to well my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Heed to me, bamboo-headed one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Headed Kim. Bamboo-Headed Kim, the treasurer's wretch. You didn't behead her? You like split her in parts? In the middle?
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니.
Come on! Not like this! The photographs rapidly folded away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photograph and memories that were overlaid upon Favens are put away, what remains is a man in dirt, ragged clothing. The Favens of Escorp slowly lose grips on this world, and soon reveals the Favens of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back street in their blissful heights from taking the Kent experience. A man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all of this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're your lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an excellent mansion in a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end? So that you can get high on fake food-traced experience nailed into the can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you are floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace as skull on Mersel's face. I reflected upon the events today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the Kent experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Merselt? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguished them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merselt. Huh? A figure materialized into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions, and next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimby, that thing's still alive? It's but an overlay of the Favens created within the distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for those are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in foreign wing while impersonating chuggons of sovereign agro-industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of sovereign agro-industries, downtrodden as a mere whale of one's favor. And though it be but a part of the reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of kingdom without royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to sentence by beheading. And before we even had a chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the Dr. Grafer's neck, decapitating him. Oh man. Can an entity of the Favens slay one outside it? Such an instance has therefore never been observed. Was it happening right now, right before our eyes? I can only say yes. Gyeongbyeon is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the infliction point crumbles to the floor, the young up shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there? No way, don't tell me that the headless corpse is... We found a large group in short and corp staff throw pell-mell about the room. Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the dockographer. Well, that's fucked up.
승부수가
Like going through all of this and then in the end, yeah.
판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
And there's very likely the last chapter.
이 기세를 잃지 않게.
So, and let's get this one already. This subject. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's initial report done. Good work, guys. Talking your radio back, and Ezra commended us in relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would thought that the distortion would kill its own infliction point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from NCorp, not to mention satisfying our clients. Also, as I looked towards Engdu and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reasons to do though. So it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of this mission in my book. Phewie! The point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seems that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra was more familiar with. Thus I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is it understood, Mentor? Engdu, would you mind releasing the hams off my sleeve? Oh, what would I give to lie down and pass out right now? The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Engdu's voice no longer as barbed as it has been in Faven's, it seems to me that the two were back to more relaxed selves I knew. Oh, can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. You're giving me a good, heart shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Engdu, I'm afraid I may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your ham released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Oh, hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place. Allow me, I've taken care of Simra's interests in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I already grown used to the pain, rewind the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I ought to ask the clarification if that works. Yeah. Does the recall how as better an NCorp pin frame team has taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who have violated taboo for so. As we stood in the path, this mystery why we had to come to blows. Yet I find this the most perplexing. Where did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage in taboo in NCorp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Thin were told water yet. Most possible for self. For I recall with clarity from a certain point they began photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, that sounds like a question from Mossad.
Given how often I had to rely on the information Mercer had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my question in the right way to pull answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have near photographic memory of what he's seen, Mercer, do you remember how many pictures of us the NCorp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. I always so need seeing his memory in action. So did you get a chance to see which of one got the most photographs taken? I did. Who is it? Who is it? It's me. I make for a fine model. I do say myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Oh? 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 But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at the moment I heard the sound of pebbles crunch under boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? NCorp. Oh dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus currently provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to conduct emergency response team at our headquarters at first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expedition request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind and let us speak. Different, they are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Mercer, let's hear them out. Wait, what? Mercer did not resist. He walked past us and rejoined the group of NCOP employees. Please confirm that you are Mercer, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisyphum headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from NCOP with imprisonment as penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in NCOP district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to above incidents has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mercer? Mercer, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as NCOP employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked it, did I? You did not. I did say you should warn us way earlier, but you just replied, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, subject now is custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to NCorp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be organizing the suspicious part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're? Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize NCorp a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justified cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with city corporate entities is strongly discouraged. And we are just supposed to twiddling our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development was set in stone. Despite her calm, collected explanation, I couldn't tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Forced Aider, as they was sending uncomfortable glance at the NCOP's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mercer into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Mercer, now in cuffs, gazed at us with expression that would not have seemed out of place or on any ordinary day. They freaking stole him!
We don't have an encyclopedia anymore. What the fuck? Not my encyclopedia. And that's it. God damn it. The cliff is real. The freaking cliff is real. Ah. But honestly, was really nice to see Bamboo-Headed Kim here in completely more backstory-like, and now getting more hype for this chapter is as well really neat. And after this, we have Otis. Oh, Otis will be so great. So, Wilshold and then Otis. I don't know why I'm like most hyped for Otis, but I guess because I know more about the Odyssey. And Odyssey is really, really amazing. But with that in mind, it is now time to raid out and find someone suitable for this community. So let me just look around who to raid and who to raid. And oh, okay, I think maybe we are raiding Naniboo. Yeah, why not raiding Naniboo? With an amazing game, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Really, really nice. I will send you over. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks YouTube for being